Hmm. I thought I changed the stream title and stream game. Why? Why does it still say it's to the moon? Maybe I didn't change it. Anyways. Thank you, Stream Elements, for letting me know. This music is already going so hard. Sorry, I'm just like kind of in awe of it right now. So it's funny, I know like almost nothing about this game, but I remember I want to play it. I actually don't really remember why it came across my feed in the first place. I feel like a lot of Little Goody Two Shoes, Hell's Maiden, you know, people who like that kind of thing were talking about this game too. Maybe that's why I saw it. I mean, I know you have mentioned it, but I swear, regardless of that, I just saw it pop up on my like Twitter For You timeline a long time ago. Although it could also be tangentially because like how the For You page timeline works on Twitter is sometimes like if you reply to my tweets, it might start pulling from things that you repost and you like. So it could actually be that. It could be because of that. Or it could just be because a lot of other, I don't know, other people who seem like to like Little Goody Two Shoes also just seem to be talking about this game. This is the first episode. Well, you say that, but Twitter is weird. Like, I have other Twitter accounts, and I swear, sometimes I see things from my other Twitter accounts spill over into my, like, VTuber streamer Twitter account. And I'm like, you know, because there's no reason why these kinds of tweets should show up on this account. So, like, the way Twitter pulls from things is very strange. It's like, you know, like stalking, but they do it for you. Yeah, it definitely gets stranger. Algorithm works in mysterious ways. Yeah, blocking is definitely something, but I feel like, I mean, blocking was always kind of weird. I also, you know what, speaking of Twitter, I just heard before stream, I was like, apparently they're gonna change the way they do, they're gonna change something about how DMs work, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. Anyways. Maybe I'll take this one down just a little. Oh. I feel like normally the menus are quite loud and then the game is much quieter. The music in this menu is actually a little bit quiet. I had to turn it up quite a bit, so I'm curious. I might need to do a little bit more sound mixing on the fly. I don't know why. I'm like, I hate my food. Maybe it's because I had curry, so maybe it's just making me feel a little sluggish. So I'll try not to be too sluggish, but I'm suddenly feeling like very, very tired. Yeah. I had curry rice. Yum yum. Alright. But yeah, other than, I really don't know very much about this game other than it's like, I guess you're kind of a detective, lawyer, and you're girl bossing, you're girl splaining. But we'll see. Oh wait, you know what? I don't think I need my mouse to appear on this game. Let me hide that. Oh my gosh, it's so loud. Give me a second. I will turn that down again. Okay, let's take it down just even further, just in case. I think that's better. That's what I was afraid of. Like, I could have audio tested it a little bit more by starting the game, but sometimes, I don't know, I always worry about that, because sometimes, like, things pop up, and then I worry that it won't show up ever again. Of the devil. Actually, the mouse does look kind of cool, but, you know, nobody wants to see a mouse in a video game. Oh. You know what? There is one. Hold on. Hold on. Is this... You know what else is wrong with this? I need to fix the ratio. I did not do that. I thought it was fine, but I'm glad that I caught it before I started. If I need the mouse to point at something on the screen, I'll bring it back, but I don't know. I feel like most people just don't like to see the mouse on the screen. Like, you know, some people, they just leave the mouse in the middle of the screen and it can drive some people nuts. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle of that. Like, it doesn't drive me nuts necessarily, but sometimes it is like, move the mouse. Move it to the side a little bit. So I usually try to move it to the side if I have my mouse on the screen. All right. I'm assuming that this game is not voice acted, so I will be reading. Rain sizzles off neon above me. What? Oh. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street. And a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the controls, but I think it's pretty visual novel-y, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of crazy controls. Emphasis on slight. How's the sound, by the way? Should I turn it down more? You think the music sounds okay? Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of night-life anxiety suits my mood just fine. As if I'm not careful. This client of mine's gonna die in jail. This music is so good. Morgan, criminal attorney. Maybe I'll turn it down just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit more. Hard to get away with murder these days. Depends on who you are, I guess. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Hello, hello. You know what? I was thinking, I was like, I feel like my voice is still kind of in sleepy mode. But maybe that's better to have a slightly, I don't know, probably not husky, but smoother, lower voice. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defense work, no matter the hour. This music is just so good. You should find yourself in the world of the last dark, quiet corners left. What? And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until... My phone? Hello, hello. Good timing. I just started. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. State system. It's also pretty stylish looking UI. You're expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Yeah, it definitely has, I think like the tags for this were like noir. It definitely has kind of like cyberpunk noir. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Well, I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since I finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have to use that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. I don't know how long this episode is going to take. I'm very curious. Because I know that like sometimes Steam has like average hours, but I wasn't sure if that was for episodes or not. Because I know episode 1 is also out now, but I do not have it right now. I want to see how I like this one first. 2 to 3 hours? Oh, okay. Maybe I could probably do that on one stream, depending on how easily I get used to, like, I don't know, how the game works. Yeah, you like my video title? It's like Evil Lawyer Gambling. First episode's free. I love free. I love free Iwatobi Swim Club and free Eternal Summer Season 2. Gambling. Yeah, I think that's what I said on Twitter though. It's like gambling. It's like you're a lawyer but you gamble. At least that's what it seems like. Maybe not gambling, maybe just high stakes lawyering. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials? You can turn them back on in settings. No, I need tutorials, please. Ugh, yeah, gambling, RNG. I'm debating doing Mahjong on stream sometime. Because Mahjong Soul has a Fate Stay Night collab. Or I guess it's a, why am I blanking on the exact title of the Sakura route? What's it called again? I'm blanking. Heaven's Feel. Yes. I don't know, like my brain, you know when you have something in your head, you're trying to look for an answer, but there's just something blaring at you, where I was like, unlimited, no. Unlimited, no. Unlimited, no. Blade Works, no. You know? It was like my brain kept trying to say that. We need tutorials, because I have no idea what's going on. But yeah, Mahjong Souls gacha is maybe the worst gacha I've ever seen, so I don't want to do it. I mean, the rates are about the same, it's just that it's the way you can't really earn like in-game tickets for gacha the same way you can with other things. Like, I know people rag on like FGO, because apparently FGO was really bad when it first launched in Japan, and then over time it got better. But like, Mahjong Soul is horrible. It's basically, you basically have to pay. I mean, you don't really, there are ways to do it for free, but it's nearly impossible. And it's not very satisfying because like normally when you do a gacha, they have to have some kind of like low value, you know, 3-star R-rated card or character or whatever. But in Mahjong Soul, oh, it's so annoying to get those items because they're kind of useless. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm not that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. Her eyes, I notice her eyes change. Like sometimes they're black and sometimes they're like the circular pattern. And I should take my sweet time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Oh, okay. I move my mouse to move my thing around. Oh, move myself around. Observe. Okay, I'm trying to see. You know what? You might need to see my mouse. Okay, let me bring mouse back for a second. Because otherwise you guys might be weird for you guys just to see the screen moving without mouse. It's very small though. Inspect. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism. So textbook it could teach a freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. It reminds me of an airport. Like a dirty airport. Oh, whoa. A data pad. I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Oh my god. Much text. Subway fixes act. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded. City engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system are being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reason for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Ballsy of them, putting that paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. Hello. Let me have a little sippy of my soda. And I have my water too. Ugh, pray for me. Pray for my reading abilities today. I almost thought about just doing like a random stream like Balatro again. Because I was still thinking about, I did go back and like look at a couple of other like blogs and like personal opinions people had about To the Moon regarding its like, I don't know, autism representation. And I thought about having like a stream just to talk about that and a couple of other things that I don't think I parse fully, but I think I'll do that later. I also thought about just writing it on Twitter, but I was like, you know, I don't feel like typing all that. I definitely have more thoughts about it that I didn't say during stream after I looked at a couple of other people's opinions on it. Yeah, her red eyes, her red swirl eyes. They're not really swirls, it's more like circles. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Whoa. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Notification of string not found. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of, I know what this is, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Caduceus? As a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting sick. Must be getting desperate. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, at the top here. Interesting. Let me see, any other settings I should look at right now that I'm in the game? Alright, I won't mess with it just yet. I think this is fine. Oh, my phone. I see. These are the things at the top. Profiles. Wait. Where's... I just want to double check if I have any key controls. Now playing UI. Backlog. Ooh, backlog. We love backlog. Lock phone. Oh. It's very nice, but my only fear is that I hope this I don't know, heavy kind of perspective doesn't make me sick or dizzy. All right. Oh. How do I... Oh, here we go. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Oh, spacebar to auto search. That's good to know. Okay, that's what I need. Dusty, forgotten. Probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. It is weird to have this like in the lobby. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. I assume everybody then has like cyberpunk hacks on them. All right. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Desk. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan. Here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. Sorry, but I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far so good, was it? Scan my card. Just scan my face. Didn't you scan my face as soon as I walked in here? Yes. So, don't you already know who I am? Yes. So the only reason you're asking is to see if I'll lie? Impersonating an officer of the court is a felony. Thank you for remaining vigilant. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? This is like trying to pick up medication every time. My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. Oh. Do I have a profile now? I do. December 26th. Criminal defense attorney. Puzzle, smoking, wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. Can fall asleep in any position. Decaf coffee. Whiskey sour. Moigan. So it's December 26th? Okay. Oh. Conductive resin. Oh my god. We'll look at that later. How do I... Like this? Lock. Yeah, after Christmas. No problem. My birthday is... it's October 25th, Your Honor. No, just kidding. The day after Xmas. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to the counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? Yeah, she has like, I don't know if you guys can see it, but she has like very faint freckles. Sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. I feel like the freckles are a little, or maybe a little bit of a moe feature, you know, because otherwise she seems like very put together. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I ask you with... can I help you with anything else? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. She's your chat GPT. Wait, is it GBT or GPT? She's your chat GPT girlfriend. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like suddenly I'm like, every time I read it in my head, I feel like I know it's GPT, but I read it in my head as GBT. Do you guys have like sorry, we're off topic already because I'm a little bit sleepy, but are you guys the type of people, do you have like a voice in your head that you can hear that narrates things? I do. I can hear the voice in my head. I know some people can't. Some people's thinking is a little bit more like abstract, but for me it's like I have like I do have more abstract ways of like thinking about things, but I also do have like, but see, when you talk to yourself, do you talk to yourself out loud or in your head? Because mine is definitely like my own voice in my head. No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the low rewards, but this is a police station. Like, why they expose like light bulbs? Why is it so goddamn dusty? Is she talking about my apartment? You know what? I get that. It's not necessarily like your real voice, because there's like different types of your voice. There's the voice you hear when you actually listen to a recording of yourself and you're like, oh, that's what I sound like. And then there's the voice you hear when you're talking out loud and it echoes in your head. And then there's a voice of like my inner narration that sounds closer to that one, but a little bit different. I think that's why some people are like, they're very taken aback by their own voice, because it sounds a little bit different than what echoes in your head and maybe what your brain voice is. Like, it's similar but different. This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? Oh, excuse me. It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. Oh, whoops, I put on my hat. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? Sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack on the screen? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? And that'll be all. Thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, though through the doors to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So could you go on a break? So you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? Oh. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the doors to the right. Yes, thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Oh, there. Oh, think it. A cave opens. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall. Compared to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. Not like our job's important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. 'Cause why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Tired voice, that's me. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So, how many of those sheets were blank then? What? No red carpet tonight, officers? Good cop? Question mark? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. Bad cop. But mostly cheaper. Which one's older and which one's younger then? You the lawyer? I am. Well, you know, hard to say, but my first thought was actually like, I don't know, I feel like whenever you have any kind of facial hair, even just like a little scruff like that, makes me think of older. But now I kind of think, but it's also like very small, so he could be on the younger side. But then again, maybe he has like a white streak here. But my immediate thought is younger, good cop, older, bad cop. I don't know, maybe just because she seems a little bit more like take no shit. Morgan Esquire, pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quasim London. Kasim? 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 How do you guys want me to pronounce that? And this ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Quasim? Ball of sunshine. She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if we kept you waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Give me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? No, it's one of those newfangled marijuana cigarettes. What are you, 80? Oh, do all the kids vape here? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. Ahem. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. Looks like tonight, we're also your humble guide to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. Okay, he's old. He's good and old. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with any ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. I love this kind of hair, you know, the clip up in the back, so it just has like little spiky ends pointing up. Very nice. But I also like Farah's hair. You know, kind of short, both a little bit of like a little long in the front. Just a short little, some little dangles in the front, framing her face more. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. Oh. And we've got that bastard dead to rights. So, if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. Honestly, same. So, perhaps in the meantime, you'd be polite as to fill me in on this heartbreak killer? They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with Hong Kong? No, I'm kidding. Heartbreak killer. Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name's been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the middle, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. When it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. You know what? I get that. Sometimes, like, I don't really like to pass myself off as dumber than I am. But there's times where, like, if people really annoy me or if they say something, like, really out of pocket, like racist or sexist, playing dumb is a good way to get to be like, oh, what do you mean by that? It's a good way for them to, like, to make them feel uncomfortable. Put them in the position where they feel like they have to explain it. When it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. Yeah, especially since some people want to be the smartest one in the room, so like, if you let them think that they are. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart, body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Your way of dealing with assholes. Apologize to them. Say it's because of you. They fell into an assumption. Yeah, but you never know, because I feel like if they're a certain type of asshole, they, rather than start to overthink about it or take it some way, they might just be like, yeah, it is your fault, you know? Like certain types of assholes who really want to scapegoat somebody else. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. Shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? Yeah, I guess, like, depends. Like, you know, if they were lying down sleeping in bed and you stood over them, that would be easy peasy. If they're like a moving target at a distance, probably much more difficult. It's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Pick a character. Oh, like pick my own character? Sounds horrific. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I really should start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders? Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? Still not getting it. HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? Huh. I was being a literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not looking good, is it? What can you say? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files, and the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone, and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. If it's all the same, can I ask you to some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? Well, they have been very forthcoming with details about our client. Which is very good, because they're basically telling us what kind of prejudices they already have. This kind of attorney, you're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're going to be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night, for all I care. And Tara, you mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Yeah, my reading's a little clumsy today. You know, one thing I did want to mention is when I was playing Fly Me or To the Moon, I mentioned that some of the dialogue seemed a little odd, or felt like a little bit, like it seemed like it was technically correct, but it felt like odd to say. And I did see people mention that they're like, for River, that might actually be intentional because, having like a slightly odd pattern of speech might be, an intentional signifier for autism. But then again, I don't know, because I feel like a couple of other characters also sounded a little weird when they spoke. Latest Noble androids receive warm welcomes, bolstered by a strong earnings report and resurging sales of the Animate 16. Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new records high. Is that really that much? I feel like stocks can fluctuate a lot. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their infamous 2084 trades convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic parts. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and child care sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. I think it would also have more like ethical costs. While some critics voiced concern that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial. I like that term though. I like calling them like warm androids. More business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that view their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their product. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend hashtag. It's because of his touring solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and entrusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, and he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still, "Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help keep you reading?" He's in the news again. No wonder can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. I don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids though. For government's use, they're just too expensive or too frail. I mean, I think these are both true, but I feel like frail was what they cited. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. They phased out drones and are going the Terminator route. Well, let me drink some water. I'm a little I thought it's a little scratchy. I mean, delicious water. Alright, space. Oh. Barren, stark, uninviting. This must be Rhea's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. Reminds me of me. How I deal with my work desk. I tend to always have like a stack of just printed out papers. So I was always, surprisingly, I was a little old-fashioned when it came to things like a lot of my work notes. Very about doing things on paper first, and having them printed out and then digitizing them afterwards. So even though I always had paper on my desk, I was always like relatively organized in a way. Like I always knew that things in the stack were important, and it was never like this much. Doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? Oops, sorry. But I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, but with our dear doting surveillance system eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, then you don't get your palms greased. The homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. Got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now, I need to check out the crime scene data. Should have been sent a link. Granted access to state files regarding the case KL 433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. C. C but capital. Thank you. Link. Alright, if I project from my phone... Oh, I see. Augmented reality crime scene. Alright, let's see what the police have. And what they think is important. A stand-up mirror. Oh, it's a mirror. I thought it was like a TV or something. Shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. It must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. The victim's body. What's with his big old head? Did they kill Benson, Gumball Man from regular show? Cause of death. Ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else. No blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all the other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. The murder weapon. A revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Ooh, that's not looking good for a client. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. Man, is my client gonna be guilty, but I still have to defend them? But he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? Not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and... What's that? Whatever that is. More art? Oh, that? Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? What the hell is that? Something's in the victim's hand. How the hell? Just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripexazome, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city, and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. What is the killer having a snack? Eating a little cookie while they do the killing? That's probably how I would get caught. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Leave a bunch of crumbs of the crime scene. That's how the cookie crumbles. Oh, terms in my phone? Yeah, I guess crumbs is a real term. Well, I've done more with less before. but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? What did that say? Old school? First person that comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Brat. What couldn't wait until morning? Am I red because I have red hair? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way of telling me you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and fishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. I'm not that kind of lawyer. Hey, at least let me finish. What'd they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said. Ought to be like youth endangerment. Oh, the pacer test? Oh, God. I feel like I did that when I was young, but not when I was older. I feel like by high school, they had just given up on us, which was awesome. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? I think this is very cute. Like, it's all in the eyes, you know? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? The Heartbreak Killer? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Hardy B is like... Here, I'm gonna take the music down just a little bit more. Quate. It's not heartbreak. Then why do you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something. You taking up lost cause, probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know, they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. I don't think people don't suck cigarettes. Right? You gotta... Wait, do they inhale or do they just exhale? How does it work? Tomorrow's Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's up with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. Oh, she calling me out? You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Wait, what? But did she mean to say that it's actually Sunday and therefore it's Monday? Hmm? Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Foreign text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, always keep an eye out. If you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Oh boy. Ugh. Need more water. Yum, 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 yum. Androids and cops. By the way, couldn't help but notice your light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their offices, Shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm, yeah. Might as well call it the adult line. Oh. Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Clearly you have not met Connor. Any day now. Guess we should be expecting those any day now. Maybe android lawyers too. Get some android politicians in and we'd have a full set. Get real. People might like androids who do what they're told. But they despise ads who tell them what to do. I'm not so sure. I guess ads is their nickname for androids? Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already got all the facts from machines. Give it a few more years. Might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. You know, while we're at it, just let them commit the crimes themselves as well and fully automate everything. A union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already. I really do think he's a serial killer. And charged being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least. Yeah, I'll need to check out my phone in a second. Or, you know, the in-game phone, I mean, for all these, to see a little bit more of these terms and stuff. Oof. It's a lot to take in for episode 1. But I guess that's the point, you know. Start the new game, get the new terminology down, see how all the articles and stuff are handled. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than police, or than people. You gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So, what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So, what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up. 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawled up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So, this serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common? Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? Young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from portrait, but I can take a hit. So, you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits, that would make you Cinderella. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on Cinderella. What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. No, not the tiny pebble in the shoe. That's the worst. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. Excuse me. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots. Even more so, there's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. No, but it, it does have like a nice symbolism to it. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources. We're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. Though they interviewed witnesses. Ugh. Wish I could give these guys voices, but I feel like tonight's not a good night for voices. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. Oh, look at her eye. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was still universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. Then they found your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. You would think that with 2 minutes the person would have escaped, you know? At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand singular? Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HOW 85 habilis, industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kPa, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. And why would he use a gun? Considering a career change? No, it's not that, it's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here, I thought you just had 14-year-old sense of fashion. She just thought she was tunibyo. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track. Menus for days. That arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. Can't work without it. Money's got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54 6-chambered 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How's that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, time-stamped, trigger pulls, safeties, coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes. How else do you think he would have gotten away with it 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then M54, that's model year 2054. 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have had to have been over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Sorry if I'm like extra squinty looking right now. It's because I moved my camera back to the top of my computer. And text is always at the bottom of the screen, so I'm always like, But I didn't feel like moving it back to the bottom. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets of to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks. Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. I forget, I feel like this did come up. I think it came up in Ace Attorney. Maybe in Disco Elysium too. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. Untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... So, to summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Checking my phone here, I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, Top 11 Theories on Who Hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists though. all kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame him, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around, Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crimes at an all-time low and clearance rates at an all-time high. But you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they can get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak it in the first place. Why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How is that possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if he did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. Not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least just act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defendant either. This file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing. So that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck. It can't possibly be coincidence. So you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. What about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the other crime scenes. No footage or forensics. No motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a goddamn ghost. Didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, lucky break for the boys in blue. And the girl in green. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. The only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some execs, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came out of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come out of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start coming loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detective. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. Hold on a second. Oops. Why is that? I decided I will move my camera down because I was like, my eyes look like they're basically fully closed. Let's see how this looks. I need a sip of, ooh, I need to drink. Sorry, I can't lie though. I feel like I'm kind of afraid I'm about to fall asleep. I don't know why I'm so tired. I guess eating like a slightly, hearty meal. Plus, I did have to take some allergy meds again. Like, they're not specifically drowsy inducing, but sometimes when I take allergy meds, like, it does kind of like make me just start to wipe me out. Yeah, let's keep going for a little bit longer and see how I feel. See if I can make it. Besides, even if this isn't necessarily that long of a chapter or an episode, it is a lot of reading, which is going to make things much longer. But we'll see. I need to look at my phone and see how much info there is to read. My in-game phone, I mean. 'Cause we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Uh-oh. Well, that's, unexpected. Sorry, you're now telling me he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of the line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Oh, here we go. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to do at first. But I was hurting. Wanting you to hurt too. Didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. I thought it was going to be like really, really long. That was thank God that was short. But, you know, he never specifically says, I did it, I'm the killer. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Looks more like just a diary rant. Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I could afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. Kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them are redheads. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, she's got short brown hair and brown eyes. Well, I guess I didn't say the hair had to be short, just brown. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside, in case anything happens. And the cuff that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. Six people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but it keeps him from... well... that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they showed their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the Heartbreak Killer. I was gonna say, if he's really humiliated the government that bad, they might crack down hard on him no matter what. anyone convicted for killing 6 people. They'll never rest their minds another day in their life. 3:35 a.m. 2086. It's always weird whenever you see dates like this, like 2086, because you know, sometimes it's kind of hard to pick a date that's like so far ahead that you can add like all these changes to government and society, but also close enough that it doesn't seem like, you know, so ridiculous. But it's also like 2086 is going to be around the corner, it feels like. Because, you know, what is it now? 2025? You know, that's just another person's lifespan away. Like, we're so close to this. Like, I probably won't be alive in 2086, but, you know, people just a decade younger than me could be. The bourgeoisie, the bourgeois one. Yeah, maybe. Oh, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I wonder how much of his arm is missing. Like, are we talking elbow? Are we talking shoulder or hand? It's depressing as hell in here. Actually, let me take a moment and look at some of my files. And take a pause and drink some sippy water and some sippy caffeine. It's kind of funny, the world these days, because I feel like, you know, my parents are pretty much boomers, like really. Like, I know people just joke about boomers as old people now, but like my stepmom is, I believe, I think she is an actual boomer. Wait, when are baby boomers born? Let me double check. I could be wrong. She might be off by a decade. 46 through 64. Hold on, I'm like, wait, when was she born? Yeah, I think so. I think my dad is also qualifies, even though he's much, much younger than her. Or close. The point being though that it's very interesting nowadays to see how, like, sometimes I talk to my dad about, you know, politics or just news in general. And it's actually kind of surprising in some ways. I feel like, you know, I feel like they had years where they got more conservative, but I feel like they're also having like a weird moment where he's becoming less conservative, I guess. And it's kind of what, you know, I don't know what's to blame for that. If it's just because of how ridiculous our society is, or maybe it's my influence for being a little bit more outspoken now. It's just very interesting to see and to think about. Like, I wonder what motivated the change within him. Yeah, it could also be like just the world at large. Like, at one of my previous workplaces, like two or 3 years ago, I was talking to some of my coworkers, and you know, at the time, like a lot of international coworkers, you know, people whose families didn't live in the U.S., but a lot of them were kind of 30s, 40s, close to my age, and it was very interesting how some of them were like experiencing similar feelings at the time of being like, you know, it's kind of scary, you know, to be in this age and watch some of your parents, you know, maybe get sucked into like a really weird internet community or cult or whatever. Like, I think somebody was telling me about how like they were kind of shocked about like their parents kind of getting sucked into like anti-vaccine stuff. which is, and it's like, but like our job is, you would think that like, you know what our job is. So how can you say stuff like that to us? And just like having moments where you start to feel like you're the parent, where sometimes you start to like nag at your parents, like, why are you believing this stupid thing that you're reading or that somebody told you? Like, that's ridiculous. Or like how AI is also like tricking a lot of older, less internet savvy people. And like sometimes you have to, as you get older, sometimes you have to start criticizing your parents. Or like sometimes your parents, when they get older and their health is at risk, like sometimes you find yourself getting mad at them for like stupid little things like, why aren't you taking care of your health? Why are you doing this when you're sick or injured? I mean, yeah, absolutely. AI tricks me. Or even just people on the internet, like, even when I was like, and like, I think I was fairly internet savvy about something like, I was always very internet savvy about like not giving people a lot of personal info, especially when I was younger. But like, I had this period where like, when I was on Tumblr in my college days, sometimes people would say something on Tumblr and I'd be like, really? That's so true. And then like, a year later, you're like, no, it's not. They just made that up. They just said some bullshit. Or you look back and you think about something where you were like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And then you're like, that was stupid propaganda. Like, everybody has the moments where they're duped by something, I guess. But it definitely is something to watch out for as people get older. Like this is also why like a lot of scams do target the elderly. They might not, especially the ones who don't have like a lot of people around to maybe say like, hey, that's stupid, don't do that. All right, let me have a little bit more water. I haven't had much water today. I don't remember why I brought all that up, but just thought it was funny. Oh yeah, you were talking about the bourgeoisie, and it just made me think. It was very funny to hear some of the things that my dad said now, because it's like, I can't really imagine him saying that like 10, 15, 20 years ago, because I'm like, oh, this suddenly seems so radical for my father, you know? All right, let's see what we got. Flat. Carlos Flat. um, Several disturbances. Heartbreak. Ooh. Probably red. Probably not into astrology. Huh. There used to be a reward for him. Carlos Flat is justice, or Carlos Honkabadonka Bazwingers. Whoa, why is her skin color different? Um, Third class. Rice limes. Automotive history. Product reviews. Game of chance. Osiris Elite 86. Him too. Likes dive bars, bangs. Listens to podcasts. Frequently running late. What's the oh man, what's that? What's that? Like NPR-esque like car radio show. The Car Talk. No, I think I'm thinking of something else. Oh no, maybe it is Car Talk. Mechanics just talking about stuff and maybe going over stories. I didn't listen to that. My stepmom did, and I was always like, oh my God. Driving with my stepmom is the fucking worst thing in the world because she listens to the worst things on the radio. And I don't mean like bad, like and trashy. It's just boring. And she never lets you listen to anything you want to listen to. She has like, she has very like sterile NPR taste in things. And I mean, NPR can be good, but once we had a summer where we carpooled to work together. See, like, here's the thing. NPR can be enjoyable sometimes, but like, it's so, sometimes you're just like, I just want to listen to some tunes, man. Can we just turn on the radio for once? And she's like, no, it's my car. Even if you're driving it, we can't. Yeah, well, sometimes it was like news NPR, and sometimes it was like the more like story based NPR segments. Like I said, some things like you know what, I've enjoyed a couple of Garrison Keillor listening hours on occasion, but it's still not like, it's not like something that I would put on myself. Me. Okay, I already read this one. The Worm Androids. Subways abandoned. Declaring the subway tunnels to be... Oh wait, I think I read this one. I think this is one I picked up. Canopy. Is this exactly the same? Can't tell. I think it is. Platts note. Okay, we did see this. Okay, so most of this is pretty much all stuff we've seen, which is good. Because I was kind of afraid that they were going to give us like a ton of stuff without like... I thought we were going to have like a ton of articles we'd have to catch up on. How Industries, mechanical limb. Coat. Coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis. You know what? I actually thought this would be cool. To be like a forensic like lab technician. What do you guys think? Should I do that? Should I go back to school? Or try to get a job like that? Diane Don, 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Perigee Laboratories. Found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No connections to the other victims. Are you planning on getting murdered? You should write the killer's name in blood on the floor, but upside down. Okay, search terms. This is stuff that I think is new. Varp. Yeah, I was gonna say, or not actually the killer. Just write the name of like a prime suspect, and we'll waste a lot of time trying to blame somebody else for the killing before we figure out the real killer. Like in Danganronpa. Actually, that's not what happens in Danganronpa, but he doesn't write the wrong name. But I guess in Ace Attorney, there is a case that's kind of like that with the wrong name, but you know what I mean. Misunderstanding about what's being written in blood. Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate J Galaxy, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Huh. J Galaxy. Optics is like just their surveillance system. Partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins, blah, blah, blah. All right, I can't read all this out loud right now. I'm just taking a little skim. Looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Calver. Oh, the gun. Thortec. Lock Lockquin Defense Corporation. Okay. Uh, revived because popular with a video game. The Calver gun was featured in Fortnite 2086 or 2084, whichever year it is. I forget. Wait. Oh yeah, it did get licensed, but it didn't increase. There wasn't enough DLC sold of the gun. Body mods. You know, people do this in real life. They do all kinds of weird stuff to their bodies. And I don't mean like in a way like they go see a guy to do it professionally. I mean like some people are just like, I put a magnet under my skin so I could have a magnet in my skin. Or I put an LED in my skin so I could always see in the dark. Mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord their interfacing occurs. Not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. Above the neck. Oh man, that'd be a nightmare. RGB mouth. Me, I personally want to keep all my human parts for as long as I can. Like, if I ever need medical assistance, like, I don't know, like a pacemaker or something, I don't mind that if I need it, but I don't have any desire to like add or modify my body like that, you know? I'm actually like, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this. I'm really kind of bland. I've never really had a desire to get a tattoo or anything. Never gotten any piercings. But I'm also not that into like jewelry. I'm just not a very like, I guess, accessory kind of person. Net scrubbing. Hmm. Process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location. Okay. Brute force work is performed by automated dependents, digital or physical. Human supervisors must establish strict search constraints. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar to his party's law and order platform. But people didn't care. I don't have like childhood jewelry, really. Digital autopsy. Uh, Widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates. But many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access all their deceased loved ones, accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. This is an interesting idea. Honestly, this one's very interesting. That way when you die, your parents can make a post and say, hey, she shows dead. No more streams. IoT, Internet of Things. Uh, Crumbs. Small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as parting gifts. Oh, I see. It's like the Nintendo Street Pass or whatever. Crumbs let you see where you've been, so that you can go where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Blah. Enabled by default. Gross. Arcs. The AR crime scene. United Media Casters. Lambda Work Solutions. Oh. Automated dependent. Catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in anything from data management to physical labor. Oh man, I feel bad. There's no music in this part. I wish we had some cool music while we were reading this. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, oh man, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, and the internationally illegal artificial intelligence. Is this the future where Gen AI is outlawed? Datapads are they're iPads. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for their difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expire. Ain't that the truth? Rebranded as ideal for privacy and security, the datapads found success in the private and public sectors. Yeah. Holograms. 3D image formed by light. Oh, excuse me. Holograms are holograms. It's not the future unless there's a hologram. Conductive resin. Polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices, where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin and even transparent electronics. Upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they're all fairly lightweight and fragile, except for the small handful formulated for military and security application. Widespread use in high turnover products. Accused of engineering obsolescence by consumer rights groups, but not proven. Ugh. You know what? Give me like 2 minutes. I need to refill my water, but I think I will try to keep going. Okay, just give me like 2 minutes. I need to refill my water and go to the bathroom. I'm gonna try to push through a little bit longer. Okay. How do I music? Wait, if I go to the main menu, there will be music. Yeah, pee time. Pee break. Everybody go pee. Main menu. Main menu, please. So you guys can have music. Even though it might be a little quiet. All right, PRP. PPRP? PPRPP? It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. I've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people I didn't... Oops. I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. I'm here to help you. Yeah, well. They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in there, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said they were gonna help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I acted like they were on my side. And they thought I could have... Wait, I forget his girlfriend's name. What was her name again? Do I know her name? I feel like they said it, but I forget. Acting like they were on my side, and they thought I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos, but it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this in the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So, what do you want to know? Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was. Or I should be. As I thought. Police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackout using data he stole from work. My arm. I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, gonna need more than that. What do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, I do agree with her line of rationality in some ways there, that it's not going to be... It's for work. He got the arm for work. But, you know, I also find this argument to be interesting because, like, I feel like even people who go with a more, like, utilitarian, pragmatic, down-to-earth, let's say, fashion, you know, that's also, in its own way, a conscious choice. You know, whether you want to have just a very non-standing out t-shirt and jeans, or a very simple white button-up and slacks, you know. These are also like decisions you make because you want people to perceive you a certain way. And just because you like it, of course, but you know, it's okay to like dressing like that. But I don't think it's completely devoid of aesthetic sense. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. Whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like, he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I've always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test the water. I feel like a hand is not small. Never thought about losing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I work the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know. He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. Okay. We're going to start rotating saves. You work on the canopy. You must be I was gonna say good with heights. Strong, good with heights, under a lot of pressure. This one is colored though. Like it's got the green text. Maybe because I looked at that article. Because like I think technically good with heights, but I think more importantly, they're under a lot of pressure right now. So maybe because I looked at everything, the green text is like something that wouldn't necessarily be there if I hadn't looked at it. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Like, I wonder if the other answers are technically true and would get me some points, but this is just the best answer. Damn straight. And this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that Internal Affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah. No patience for screw-ups. He's trying hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues. Started last month. I got a lot of sleepless nights. Rejection. Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are from chafing? Never thought I'd go on so long. Have to relearn how to do sorry. Never thought this go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it go that far. Needed to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no. I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. That's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. Still haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity rights with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain'll come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling, having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So were you wearing it when... Oh. You were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so... Can't have gone too far. Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm, only because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up as well as he can be expected to. And he's right-handed, so could he even shoot a gun that well? You know, using his left? But this has all been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Uh-oh. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. I'm pretty sure I've talked about it. I've never fired a gun. I missed my one chance. Now if I want to fire a gun, I'll have to, I don't know, do it on my own time. I would be like, I don't know, I'd be willing to try at least once just to feel like what the actual kickback feels like. But I don't think I would ever own a gun, even if I did learn. Besides, knowing me, I probably wouldn't have good aim anyways. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. I have fired a bow and arrow. Not that I was particularly good at that either, but I have. Eventually we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, that's right. She was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her. Unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So, her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No, Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire world. Ugh, soybeans and corn. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without being a little throat-cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big businesses can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. Long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift the blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, is it me or did the text get bigger? I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss Morgan. I'll try Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. Reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, that must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really shouldn't have. I crossed the line, and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, I walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you? Or any other electronics? No. I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a vending machine, huh? May have met my match. How could anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... Do you guys think you would be willing to get an arm replaced? For fun, fashion, or work? Or get, like, modded eyes? Not for me, though. Not personally for me. But if my exact route would help, the cams probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? I feel like having modded eyes. It's like having Google Glass permanently implanted into your eyeball. There's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This isn't... I can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos? I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out here. Let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. Yeah, I feel like technology is always like, you know, it gets expensive and you're always going to have to be worrying about replacing stuff or charging things. Parts breaking down over time or dumb warranties or, you know, it's going to be like video games. You don't ever actually own anything. You just rent it all now. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. I didn't know what it was. Maybe the mirror falling over? But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. Oh, I guess the gun shop, probably. I was walking back at first. But at some point, I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath. When I saw that, the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't. We live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Never live on the ground floor. Never live on the ground floor, guys. I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice, but if you can help it, always live at least one floor up, you know? Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we'd been robbed, or she'd fallen, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over. This music's so good. I called her name. She didn't move. I checked her pulse. She was still warm. Blood was warm. Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm gonna have to see what other games that whoever makes this music, what other games they work on. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Thank God I can save it anytime. So my thoughts here are... It's not registered to him. That would be a hell of a bluff if I could pull that off. You were found with it, this is true. I believe his prints were on it. I want to say this one, but I'm a little bit worried it might push him into a corner, but, we gotta... I'm kind of just feeling this game out still. I'm very much trying to figure out how this game is gonna feel. So we're gonna have to be willing to make some mistakes. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I didn't. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. I don't see how he could not know it was a gun. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in some time after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying you two had never had physical fights? What? Physical? We never fought. Never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shouting occurred. Considering what Carlos had told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module, built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right. It's just that... It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. All right. I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. All right? I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point. The bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me. Oh yeah, she was holding something, I think. I see. Like so? Nice drawing. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just I guess I assume your notes would be making edits to the AR? Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering. I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? Letter? I hardly know her. I mean, this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. Confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. When I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. What? I thought I was just gonna be like... talking about how he has problems with relationships. Her what? Ahem. Her what? Oh! She has little Sylvany. What are they? How do I pronounce that? You know what I mean? Sylvany figures? Sylvany. I forget how to pronounce that. Sylvanian figures. Or fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things. Man, if we get in a fight and you break my anime figurines, you're dead to me. You're out. You're gone. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters. She love those little things. They're pretty cute. They're not worth a damn, but you can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. You gonna use them for kung fu? What? And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry that I ripped it off and tossed it in my room. Just cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay. As long as at least he didn't mean to break them on purpose. But he was being careless. Okay, let's say he did break her fidget duckies with his replaceable arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. Not enough detail in the whole, not enough detail in the note for me to prove that was his intent when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway. Couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so. Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. I'm gonna call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the heartbreak killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right? The police have kept his victim's appearance far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, right? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory. As quickly and definitely as possible. "4 a.m. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I could smoke wherever I want. For a fee." I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing it. No, of course not. It'll be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. What areas are those? I was about to make a joke about gambling. You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. Never go anywhere near loot boxes. No, ma'am. My mama never let me download Fate Grand Order or Grand Blue Fantasy. No, sir. Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh. Well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Carlos, have you ever heard of this game called Balatro? Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, although I guess one of the big things that actually differentiates poker from a game like Balatro is the fact that you're never bluffing. You're not bluffing against the person or even the computer, really. You're just trying to luck your way into the best hand or strategy your way into the best hand. Bluffing is not a part of it. You could still win, which makes things pretty fun. Do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. In this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer. If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean the house always wins? Yes? You're very good at winning. Or they're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house. Carlos, have you ever heard of Toby Maguire? So, what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best as we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I was more asking like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy? What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess? Because I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorney has a final say on whether or not the case is brought to trial. Only fair since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right? Right? What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Alright. Okay, well, I'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-number stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. How are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to open anything they tried to throw at me. Well, My client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... Oh. Oh, ceramic debris. Okay. Ceramic crap near western window. Huh? Do I drag it? Huh? Where did I put it? He was simply apologizing for this. What the hell is that? I found myself asking the exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Let me drink some more water. Your non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data. Yes. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Although I don't really understand how GMO would have anything to do with crime data in the first place. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's been full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. What the hell's that? Man, he obliterated those Sylvanian family. They exploded. Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. The vase is intact, idiot. Oh? Because that vase is all fake. It's not damaged. It's not possible for the debris to have come from the vase. Because the vase is still pristine. How's that? How's that possible? Carlos, shut up. Don't talk. The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. So what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. The debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying the confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fijibob. Fidgeta. Alright, good night, ex-angel. Fidgetubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote the note. We can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must be from the collectibles. They're so cute! Simple, right? Or you know what else they're kind of like? They're kind of like the Chikawa, which is very popular lately. What the hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly showed. Those Fidgetubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim you sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And here's the proof. The arm? I'm trying to think, like, he did it because he tossed the arm. But is that the right answer, you know? Because I guess we have to fill in this gap. But I'm also thinking, like, the fact that his handwriting is shaky is also proof that... Because I believe he had to write it without his prosthetic right arm, so he had to use his left. But I think this kind of fills both. Like, I feel like they both kind of fit the same idea. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. The Fidgetubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? Right? See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gone pretty late, Sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a Fidgetubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. Yeah, I was gonna say, is she a fan? I think she's a fan. Also, I think it's funny how these two sometimes say the same thing, because they're very different. But maybe they're more similar than Morgan would wish to be known. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken up over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason the note looks that way is because Carlos... He's sensitive. He's right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Guilty as charged. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be my permanent record or something? So the reason why the note looks like Asylum Wall scribbles is because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. So I thought it'd be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. You found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat. What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. Must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What it'll be next. You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? What? Oh. They erase? Are my options? Although I can't even choose raise. He doesn't wear an X small. I mean, obviously I didn't really want to raise, but I was just curious. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah. Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? Carlos has an evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? Aha! Prove his innocence. I'll need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence. Okay. So I cannot prove it yet. Alright, this is where things are getting trickier. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win with that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey. But not illegal either. That's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? I wonder if the clothes can prove that he was outside. You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. Here I thought the room smelled like. Cigarettes. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So, doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You're gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No, that would be silly. She actually thought it over. So, what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. Guitar riffs go. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your coat, Carlos. She's just proven you're innocent. My client wasn't arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it, my client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Maybe it would have also had a, like, debris on it. Like gunpowder. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. Need to draw their attention to what they can maybe I think it'd be gunpowder. I think. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood. It doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh? No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff, hard to store, prone to misfiring. That's okay. That's okay, I have size. I was like, I kind of, when you said like 2 to 3 hours, I was also like, that could very well be like, if you're not streaming it and if you're just reading it in your head and going much faster. So I figured it could be 4 to 5 hours for me to stream it. When it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. What the hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? Would leave gunpowder on the skin if whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you could check the lab reports. I think if they found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken their time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed it off after shooting her, or changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but it'd be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But the gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, But overall, I'd say... Huh? Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. Ooh. I think she's bluffing. That's a bold bluff for this late in the game, Detective. Especially when we both know there was an optics blackout during the shooting. Well, that's just it. This isn't from optics. Should have figured she wouldn't make a claim that bold without something to back it up. I mean, I was like... I feel like... I would... I mean, even Morgan said she has something, but I was like, Just because she has a photo doesn't mean she has a photo of the killer, though, you know? But that's okay. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. But that person looks like they have a right arm. Well, okay, the quality's lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with their scale, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are always in their favor. Alright, this is good, but it's far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. Can't even see his face. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... well... it's a little bit... blurry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? I like how you can see the clock in the photo. Just so you know. Just so you know, it was 9 o'clock. Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. So compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. The photo. What the hell's happening to me? Think I know a DA that could. Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway. At the same time, the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left hand fingerprints all over the gun? You're referring to my client? You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, that means that the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Maybe it was through the mirror. Maybe it was a reflection in the mirror, so it's actually a right-handed shooter. Exactly? Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DNon the phone's owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Because if it was taken through the window... Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. Yeah, I was gonna say, I needed to see this room again. The window's in the front, so the only way you could have seen it was through the mirror. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter. Oh, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From across the north window? What? Oh, is this a window here? I can't tell. Either way, I'm going with my mirror theory. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. Okay, this one I'm more confident about. It's taken from the west. Well, I don't know. It was like the south. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. What the hell do you mean it was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC's data tells the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. Now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... I guess this? Can I see the... Oh, I guess this is a window too. Could have been that. Glad they didn't ask me west or south. I would have gotten that wrong because I can't tell. Hmm. So, west window faces the eastern wall. Is that good enough for the mirror angle? Vase. Okay. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. Oh yeah, the clock. I forgot to take that into consideration. But wait, the clock looks like it's... Hmm? Hold on a second. It was my thought that it was in the mirror, but like if it was in the mirror, wouldn't the clock... Because the murder happened at 9, so wouldn't it be the other way? Wouldn't it look like it was at 3 if it was? But they look like they're the same. Wait. Hold on a second. Okay, can I see that again? Evidence. I can't... It's so hard to tell where the clock is in this. Because if they were standing here instead... I think that's where the clock is. It's so hard to see. Take one look at the clock in that photo. Clock. What about it? Clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. But it was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Time of death could be wrong. Where's the autopsy? 9 p.m. Ah. I'm trying to think how the time of death could be wrong because I'm like, well, they were arguing from 8 to 9 and he came back then, so like, I think it's at... If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it. Wait, I keep getting this confused too, because this is like, he's right. Time of death could be wrong. He's wrong. Time of death is correct. I think the time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agreed the time of death was 9 p.m. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the neighbors. Oh, right. No mistaking that. Then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. It reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., time of the shooting. The hell is so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time on the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? Huh? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And? The only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. I like her little sparkles. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's very distinct. You know what? It tells everything it needs to tell. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if the clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. But it looks like he's standing in a doorway. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time this photo was taken of the shooter. Maybe it still is the mirror. I don't know. Because I'm like, is there a door on that side of the room? I don't think that there was. I'm trying to figure out what could make it this like illuminating light effect. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fight. When it would have been knocked down during the fighting. You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Ooh. Yeah, the western window. What is this? Min? Hold on. I wanna click on that and see what it does. Oh, wait, what? Oh! Oh, this is how I gamble more? Oh. Interesting. So maybe later on I'll need to raise my own stakes much higher. That way I have enough chips to play with more evidence. How many chips? Where are my chips? 24. Backlog. You want to claim the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. Huh. This fell onto the victim, so it was after the victim was shot, I guess? Wait, hold on. Not that. Where's the glass? Glass shards. What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell us, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. But then does that mean... But who caused the crash? Was it Carlos? Was it dying person, the shooter, another party? Those attacks would have been all over in a matter of seconds. So, what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, Detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about that too, because it kind of looked like there was maybe a bullet hole like crack in the mirror, I think. I think it's in the no. I saw it in one of them. Like, it looks like there's like a bullet hole kind of hit or something, the way it's shattered. And that might have also just knocked it over. So what? If the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards, he still shot her. And we have a photo right here. I'm glad you do, Detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. We know that until the room was tossed, that the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs north to south. The only person with prints on the gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. Oh, were you thinking more of the noise, though, that he heard? You're a very honest person, Detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You play your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... a mirror. What's that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that at the time of the shooting stood across the room from the western window. And that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter. Oh, you know what? I was getting myself a little bit confused. So this is indeed the person in the mirror. I don't know why I was starting to think that like this whole thing was mirrored, but I was like, no, no. The clock would be right, but the person in the hallway would still be flipped. Let's go. Crime scene. I'm so confused about where the hallway is. It's very hard to see on here. Or I guess, is this the hallway? I thought it was like the main door. I could be wrong. Like, it's so hard to tell from those pictures what I'm looking at. So you're not seeing the shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing the killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't have possibly committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except, looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up from the spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, or is that just the cursor? My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client. A man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation's ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. That's the best you got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it to a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters of it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections? I feel like she's still trying to pull something out. Detective? God. Damn it. Ah, we got her. I was really worried that she was going to pull out some like last minute, like, I don't know, claim or evidence or something. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta go call the DA. Tell him I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Kid me or kid him? Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Huh, sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats, you get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay! But what do I do? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into Heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? Like she died of the flu. Doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job too. No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. "8:59 p.m. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. Useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Don't look so surprised, lady. Hoping around in the dark in here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend, back for an encore of the enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey. You hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to run the other way. Oh gosh, I need a drink. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could even use as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it is, at least looks clean. Organized, even. So, the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them. Not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn. Tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with a single shot? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... ugh. Heartbreak killer? People don't have anything better to do with their time. What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All these threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer? Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. Oh, excuse me. They marketed it. Oops. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least, the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight, thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Sorry, using my left is still. That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been very easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same, too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like every other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside the interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house. That's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane's grateful too. Funny. Didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just that I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died, death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. Ooh. What's the evidence I'm gonna present? Maybe the fact that she left the door unlocked? She was waiting for him? To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. Pills. Oh yeah! What about the pills? What's this? Where'd you find that? The pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Oh, I forgot that's what she was holding. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone? prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps too for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You could feel angry, happy, and sad, all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyways. Ooh, my voice is going very quickly today. You love women's wrongs? You know, not me. Personally, I don't support women's wrongs. Not at all. But, you know, doesn't mean I won't enjoy it in a video game. Look, you know what? I was actually thinking about this recently. I'm like, some women are wrong. Some are just mean. And, you know, if they've got an ugly heart, an ugly soul, that's got nothing to do with me, man. You know, personally, me, I just want to be around people who are nice, you know? I don't need any more of this badness in my life. Just want to be around nice people. So, you know, I'm only here for nice women, but I will enjoy on occasion a bad woman in a video game. In a video game, I don't mind. They can be as evil as they want in video and TV and all that. Like, what about me? What if I was evil? What if I became mean? What if I'm already mean? And I just don't know it. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. Not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. Hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though, there won't be a next time for the heartbreak. The gun's in custody. No more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever... Aha! I was about to say, there's this other woman in the banner of the game. And I was assuming she's going to be our main rival, question mark? Yeah, I was gonna say she's the district attorney. She's our Edgeworth. District Attorney Rockford. Honestly, she kind of is already feeling more like me. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Although I like Morgan's fashion more. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Yeah, I was very interested. I didn't know for sure that our main character Morgan was going to be the killer. But like obviously a lot of people describe her as evil. That's one of the few things I know, and I was like, is she evil or just a bastard, you know? But it turns out she's like, no, she's pretty evil. But we'll see, because like, if this other person's going to be our Edgeworth, are they also evil or are they good? Or are they good but a bastard? Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise, aromatherapy. Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. God, I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove the defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Oh. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all the adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. She reminds me of, oh, I don't remember the character's name, because I don't really care that much about, hold on. Steins Gate Zero, but she kind of reminds me of like one of the characters in that. The Steins Gate alternate ending sequel. What's the girl's name? Scientist name? She kind of has like, her hair kind of gives me that vibe. It's very fluffy and poofy. Let's see. Yajo Maho, maybe. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, I'm actually here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings? That's my case. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. Look at our profile? Okay, I'll look at it after. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? February 13th. Oh, they're not that short. I thought she'd be much shorter. Coffee, toffee, haughty couture. Sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain. Chess, shogi, Ivan Savant stars? Cat person, yes. Eggs, Benedict. It's me! Mapo tofu? Cannot carry a tune. I swear, I feel like I didn't really know much about like Mapo tofu until Fate, because that's like the Kotomine Kirei dish. I'm trying to figure out if where is it? Is Idol Savant Star supposed to be like Idol Master? Maybe? Idol Master End Stars? Something like that. Flat. Favorite flower, poppy. Student debt, sizable. Let me look at these again. He likes bangs, huh? Wonder if he likes these kind. Number 26. Gamble. What is a loot crate? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl? Reyes? They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but... Yeah, I like her outfit a lot, and I do like her hair and everything, but I feel like, in terms of, like, hair and stuff, this is more of my aesthetic. Not my kind of outfit, though. It's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. Well, I don't know, it's hard to see her full outfit, but I like this too. Hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So, Reyes told you they had the HK killer in custody? And you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Huh, hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So, when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. Is this gonna be Yuri Lawlight? Yuri Death Note? Death Note Ace Attorney? But that's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat? A serial killer? It reminds me of the show that I always meant to watch, but never did. It's called, I think it's called Killing Eve. I think there's also some books. The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? Just not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon, but I can answer that any number of ways. Like, I like it when she gets into, like, work mode. Oh. Huh? Wait, where's my log? Oh. He was found... I'm not sure exactly what I want to answer here. He was found with a murder weapon. Huh. Well, I guess we can take a chance. No, I'm scared. I don't want to take a chance. I don't know. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. I was gonna say, I feel like all of those kind of added to it. No gunpowder, the fact that it just seemed unlikely for him to shoot with his non-dominant arm or with this prosthetic. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed out that the minute you walked in there. Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, the... Oh, right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice about how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. So this profiling is some kind of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of a person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew the victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of reoccurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So, how much can his crimes tell you? That he's diligent. I was gonna say, yeah, the lack of evidence is itself evidence. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. Almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in the metaphor, I would be the... You know what I mean? Definitely! Considering the marksmanship. The detective said HK would have needed insider information on optics. Does this mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. He'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right. That's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything resembling that. Wait, if HK is not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta-statistics analysis, probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response time from across the city, map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips in... Oh, sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That's such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can just do fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No, but I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. She also has brown hair and brown eyes. Well, they kind of look like me. Do they? Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So, I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. And so I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of any 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like a smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder? You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Ugh, don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to the cases they actually stand a chance of closing. What people do. But Emma is different. She'll set aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Can't tell right now, but I'm raising one eyebrow. I'm like, what do you mean? Enjoy the view. Episode 0. Oh, that's right. This is episode 0, not episode 1. Close enough. Although I kind of wonder if maybe it would have had more impact if they had shown her meeting Emma before they did the big reveal. Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while? For how long? Sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Ugh. Whew. We made it. I have to manually press this? Episode 0. He shall appear. Before it was entirely revealed, though, when I saw Emma's profile on the banner, I kind of wondered if she was going to be the Heartbreak Killer. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at the crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have set you for life, and after too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too. Yeah, I was gonna say, I love her fit, but it kind of has sometimes it has a little bit of a butlery feel to it. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That Heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Ugh. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Woo! I don't know when I'm gonna play episode 1. Yeah, whoops, this is episode 0. I got them mixed up. I don't know when I'm gonna play episode 1, so So episode 1 does cost money, and I assume it'll be a little bit longer. I don't think I'll play it this week at the very least, if I decide to buy it next week. And I am enjoying this, but I don't know if I feel like I'm in a rush to play it, if you get what I mean. I feel like I can just casually come back and play it whenever, or play the next episode whenever. You know, I don't feel rushed. Oh my gosh. I gotta get back into my longer readings, you know? Gotta get back into it. Ugh, alright. Managed to do it. I managed to stay awake and not die. Now it is time for me to not stay awake and die. Someday I should figure out how to set up my webcam in a position where I'm not like always looking like this while I'm reading. Sometimes I actually, instead of doing full screen, I intentionally like try to window the games to make them slightly smaller, so that way my eyes are looking more towards the middle of the screen when I'm reading text instead of at the bottom. But there's no real solution. I think the real solution would be I'd have to like physically, I don't know. But then again, like I've said this before, honestly I do get kind of squinty eyed anyways. My eyes are just very sensitive to like light. So I'm always just kind of like this anyways. Alright. I'm very, very sleepy. But I'm glad that I managed to do it. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I have no idea. Well, I don't know. I think I want to stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll just do like a chill stream where I just talk about stuff like Balacho or art. But if I feel like my voice, maybe I don't know. If my voice needs to rest a little bit more, I'll think about it. Oh, good nighty. Good nighty. Oh, my throat is like an oasis. Or not an oasis, it's like a desert. So dry. It's the opposite of an oasis. There's no liquid to be found anywhere. Oh, let me go back to the title music too. That was good. Where title music, please. Hold on. Do I need to save? Oh, hold on. Hold on, it's showing results? What the heck is this? I wasn't done. Woohoo! Yeah, I was also wondering if credits are gonna carry over to the next chapters or if you get different credits each time. Woohoo! Oh, you spend credits on phone charms, stuff to access. Interesting. I'll just go back to main menu. We can have the main menu music for closing. Oh! Is this what the menu looked like when I first opened it? I don't remember if she was there. Anyways, that's all. Yeah, I was gonna say she appeared now. I think before it was just empty. All right, good night, goodbye, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Good sweet dreams to me.